And we are live. Hello, my lovelies. Welcome to my mid-month, a day late, reading sprints. We would have done this yesterday. However, yesterday Xander had a tennis match and he had to be there at 3:30, so there was no way I could do this and do that. So I talked with Cece and we decided to just postpone a day. So welcome. What is everybody reading? What are you reading, Cece?
I just shared with Mel right before the sprint that I'm in a little bit of a reading slump. I was traveling for the first time internationally for business again last week, and I had a little bit of health trouble while I was there. And that combination really pushed me into a reading slump. So I started American Psycho on that trip. And I remember nothing. I couldn't get into it. And I was at that point where I'm like, I cannot wait to get back home to do my painting by numbers, which is why I'm not sitting in my usual corner. I'm sitting at my desk where I can paint by numbers to kind of get that laser focus listening to the audiobook. And I also have it next to me because it is a traveling book that I'm supposed to be annotating. So if I hear anything fun on the audiobook, I'll just stop and write down. So let's hope that I can get into it this time around because I was actually really excited to read this.
You should.
What are you reading?
Can you show us your paint by number? Have you started it or? Okay. You'll have to show us how you do, like how you get to after each sprint. You'll have to show it. I am participating in the Aurelium Gear Up Readathon hosted by G over at Book Roast. And so we essentially have to read two books for this. One is for our legacy and one is for our conduit. And my conduit is going to be a trident. And for that, I'm to read a book that's part of a trilogy. So I'll be reading Enshadowed by Kelly Krieg. This is the second book in the Nevermore trilogy. So that is what I'm going to start. I haven't started it yet. So I'm excited. It's like a Edgar Allan Poe inspired series. Lots of fun. The first book was great. Three Oaks says, I'm excited for the sprint today, starting a little early. Lots of thunderstorms in my area today. So I'm spending the afternoon with a warm blanket and a cup of tea. I have 3 books to start. That sounds like a lovely afternoon. What books are you looking to read? Mr. Rorasuri is so hyped. We are hyped too.
Yep.
Trin asks how we are all today, and I'm doing great. Just dropped Xander off. I have a few hours of quiet in the house, and it's just me and the animals. And I'm hoping to get a good bit of reading done during this time. How are you today, Cece?
I'm getting better. I do still need to take care of my health issues. We did like the doctor in the US pretty much said we're going to focus on getting me home safely and comfortably because everything that they would consider now would be a longer treatment, and it would probably be better for my doctor here to start the treatment as well. So I'm going to see them tomorrow, and hopefully then it's going to be better, like really quickly. And if you want to know more, I am starting to edit that vlog with all the details.
Well, I hope that you do start feeling better very soon. Hello, Canadian Dragon. Hello, Nicole. Hey, Clint. Mr. Rorosuri says, I'm reading and enjoying When You Call My Name by Tucker Shaw. It's gay YA set in the 90s, New York City.
Nice. That sounds good.
It makes me think of like a love song or something like that.
Yeah, like a love song. Haven't read it, but
I need to look this book up because I love queer books. I love books set in the 90s. So I'm going to have to check that out. I'm going to write it down. Hold on. When you call my name, when
I'm having such internet trouble today. Can you all hear me okay? Like, is there no, because I have in the like when I'm listening to you, I have these like laggy moments, and I'm like, if it's on my end, I feel like this is how you should hear me, the way that I hear you.
see, I'm not hearing any lag from you. So let
Okay.
me know, all of you watching, if you're hearing lag on either part, like if I'm lagging or she's lagging, let us know. Nicole's reading Oliver Twist. I still need to read that Poe book. It's good. It starts off like you're kind of like, I don't know, because of it. It kind of dates itself with like the language just in the beginning, but that drops off. So yeah. Cassie, hi. Unfortunately, I won't be reading. I have to work on an essay, but I've been struggling to focus on it. So hoping these sprints will help me get a lot done. I hope so too. Good luck getting your work done. Bettina says, good evening, everyone. I have 4 books to read, starting with Pope Joan by Donna Cross. All right. Canadian Dragons, listening to Well of Ascension and Diamond Painting.
Nice.
Simona says, perfect timing. I need to finish Burning Girls by CJ Tudor tonight. Trin says she hopes you feel better, Cece.
Thank you. I hope so too.
Continuing with Reckless Girls. Hello, Books and a Baby. That's Missy. Clint,
Oh, good.
no lag. No lag
Okay.
with me. It's just you, Cece. I'm reading China Room. Reading the last book in the Mindfuck series by S.T. Abbey.
I think it just got demonetized.
It's okay. It's not monetized anyway. So, yes, her name is Stabby. LOL.
I feel like we should, every single time, we should count the minutes, how long it takes for us to do something that will get us demonetized.
We're only 7 minutes in. And Trin is reading Reckless Girls. All right. Well, that's awesome. Lots of people here. Lots of reading getting done today. I'm excited to jump back into this world because it left off at a very interesting place in the first book. So I'm excited to continue. And I want to try to finish this book this week. So we'll see. All right.
Honestly, if I get back into like getting into the zone through which I feel like the painting by numbers, or I've heard others doing with the diamond painting, does help, then this should be done in days, not this week, like days. That's what I'm aiming for. My list for this month is so long, and I'm so like I'm hyped for all of the books on my list, but not able to absorb anything that you're reading with your eyes or your ears is so frustrating.
Yeah, I'm really like I enjoy doing the paint by number and just listening to an audiobook. The other day when Marty and I were listening to some of Layer of Dreams, I had the audiobook going and he was just kind of chilling on the daybed and I was doing my paint by number, and it's been fabulous. And then this past weekend I was listening to some audiobooks while doing my paint by number, which awesome. Y'all will see some of that in vlogs that have come up already and one that's coming in the future. Clint says, I want to read something short, so I'm starting We Are Liars because of Dana talking about it yesterday in our little group chat. Will you be reading Rory Power's adult fantasy, A Kingdom Ruled by Two Magic Twins? I don't know that I've heard of that one. I've heard of her YA, but not of her adult. So I'll have to check it out. All right. Are we ready to start our first sprint?
Yep.
Right. Happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading.
That is time. How did everyone do? You're still muted, Cece.
That is the issue of being double muted to make sure that my listening to an audiobook really does not bother you. I started getting into it a little bit. I then got a call for the last 10 minutes from, like, first of all, my son came in and needed instructions on making his dinner, and then a friend called who wanted some advice. And so I did get into it a little bit more than the hours and hours of trying in Seattle, and I did a few darker spots that you probably don't even see. You can see here and some there. A few dark. How did you do?
I got to page 21, and I finished the first 2 chapters, and I started on the 3rd. And the first chapter is actually, well, it's a prologue, and it's set at Washington University Hospital in Baltimore, October 7th, 1849. And so it's actually Edgar Allan Poe, like the story of like what was happening the day he died.
Okay.
And then it goes, the first actual chapter is back with our main characters from the story. And I was reading it and I was like, what is going on? And it was kind of like, as it went on.
Oh, wait a second. I need to check the kitchen.
Okay. As it was going on, I was realizing that she was dreaming or something. Seeing as I called in today, I'm resting and relaxing. Lovely, lovely way to spend your day. Bella is currently also resting and relaxing. She is on the other side of my desk snoring. Little doggy snores. Hello, CW. 33 pages of China Room. Clint got 10 pages but keeps getting distracted. I understand. I like shortly after I started reading, the delivery guy came and I had to get up and check, and then Einstein got into something, and so yeah, I was getting a bit distracted as well. So, but yeah, I'm enjoying what's going on already. I'm excited to continue. I want to know about our guy from, our guy main character, Varen. I've made it to chapter 16 on my buddy read with Tren. Nice. Are you buddy reading Reckless Girls? I know Tren, that's what Tren said she's reading. Cece, did you say what page you had gotten to?
No, I didn't check which page it was because I was listening to the audiobook until my friend called, but I think it was 12.
Tren says, I'll be starting chapter 16 of Reckless Girls soon. I'm enjoying it so far. I had a really quick lunch right before starting the live, but I might have to go get me a little something extra because I'm so hungry. I had a very late lunch. Oh my goodness. I have not eaten enough today.
Well, me either, but also my stomach doesn't hold anything currently, so I just drink.
Yes, ma'am, we're buddy reading Reckless Girls.
Oh, I miss a good buddy read.
Hey, so happy to be catching these sprints. Not sure if I'll be reading or not. Well, if you're not reading, what are you going to be doing, my girl? Hello, I'm back from work now. I need to eat something. Me too. I'm listening to book 4 in the Robert Hunter series by Chris Carter. Okay, I don't know what that's about. But I'm guessing you're enjoying it since you're on book 4.
Yeah.
What are you going to get to eat? Cassidy did some research for my paper, and my paper is on Cleopatra, so it was actually super interesting to read about. Cleopatra is pretty cool to read about. She was an interesting person in history. It's a thriller.
Book 4 in a thriller. I love like thriller series.
The last 2 books I finished have been 2 stars. Oh no. So I feel like not reading. I'm at work, so the sprints are helping me stay on task. Well, at least we're helping you do that.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that you've read some not great books. My last 4 books were all 5 stars.
Oh wow, that's incredible though.
Yeah. And then it was a 4-star, and before that was a 5-star, and before that was a 5-star. And then I think I've read, with the exception of one, I think all of my books so far this month have been 5 stars. That's awesome.
Wow, that's awesome.
Maybe I think 2 of them were 4 stars, and the rest were 5 stars.
I'm excited for you to read out loud Dienchen's next message.
Okay. Not sure what I'll be doing exactly. I have so much stuff I need to do. I want to shake one of the characters and ask him what's wrong with him mentally.
Oh no. Oh no.
In English, it's called The Death Sculptor. In German, Totenkunstler. Kunstler.
Well, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think it's a really hard word with how the letters are arranged in this one. Totenkünstler.
Today I finished Run Rose Run, and I wanted to quit it so many times throughout the book. Oh no! I know that's a book that Clint is super hyped for because it's James Patterson and Dolly Parton. And I mean, it sounds really interesting. Was it boring or what? Where do you get your paint by numbers from? You're both making me want to do some. The one I'm currently working on, I think I got from Amazon. I also get some from like Michael's. That's where I've gotten a lot of them from, and Hobby Lobby.
Do you know what? If you have social media, Google paint by numbers once and you'll get the ads.
I think I've actually gotten paint by numbers that I've ordered from Instagram.
Yeah.
An Instagram ad. I've gotten them from so many places. The most recent one that I've gotten, I haven't started it yet. I ordered off of Amazon from like a third party thing.
Yeah.
And I actually ordered it while we were still in Barcelona.
That's
the first one just now arrived.
I think they're producing in Asia, and you can tell they're producing in Asia, and they're producing all the same pictures. And it seems like they have different grades of granularity in terms of how tiny the little fields are that you have to paint in. I would always suggest just go and look for one of those. And look at the images. If the images are too like real in terms of they have like fading colors into each other, then they're not showing you the real picture. And if the picture that goes into like very clearly colored fields that are colored by numbers because they're not bleeding into each other, you know what I mean? It's not blended. If you think that granularity works for you, then you can probably try. Out of the 3 different services, I have really liked one so far. The second one was a little bit expensive, but it seems like the colors look a lot more like the original. It's produced in Germany, which is nice, which is probably why it's more expensive, but I don't think the overall quality is actually worth paying twice as much. So yeah, different areas to get it from. Just Google it once and you'll have enough.
Now, I've gotten one that the picture looks very realistic, and then when you get the paint by number, it'll tell you, okay, you do this, but then in order to get it to look realistic, you need to do this. And it's not like you're adding all of those fades and stuff like that and blending yourself to make it
Mm,
look that way.
that's amazing. I haven't seen that before because that goes above and beyond just painting by numbers.
Mm-hmm.
That adds more skill.
That worries me, CW. I want to read that. Have you read James Patterson before? He says I did pretty good with the German title.
Yeah. Well, you not only did pretty good, I also applaud you just for trying because a lot of people just don't try, especially when they know there's like native speakers listening. So I think you trying is huge.
Oh, I will definitely. I noticed like when we go on cruises and you have like the people from all over working on this ship. I like to try to pronounce their names, and a lot of times I do pretty good or get really close. And I remember the last lady that I said her name. I forget where she was from, and I like sounded it out and everything in my head, and then I said it, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, yes, that is right." She's like, "Thank you for saying it right."
That's awesome.
Clint says, "Granted, I only want to read it because of Dolly Parton." Uh, CW says this is her third James Patterson and haven't really liked any of them. I read it for Dolly Parton. It isn't really a thriller. LOL, I want to read that one too. I love Dolly Parton. I've met her a few times. That's cool.
Oh,
I could tell that James wrote, I could tell what James wrote and what part Dolly helped with. It wasn't boring. It was just annoying at time, and I felt like they left some holes.
that doesn't sound
Hello,
good.
Melissa. I thought it was supposed to be more contemporary fiction, like a few of his are. See, I thought it was supposed to be a thriller. That's what it made it sound like to me.
And for some reason,
CW,
that's what I expect.
do it.
For some reason, that's what I expected without knowing much, just by like who the author is and everything.
Mm-hmm. CW says, I thought so too, but reading what the book is supposed to be, it was supposed to be like we are trying to figure out who they are running from. And Tracy says, Tran, you met Dolly?
Yeah, picking up on the right things here. We
All
need to
right.
discuss this. When, where, and why.
Uh, are we ready to do another sprint?
I am. I keep painting because I don't want my brush to get all like dried up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm ready. Continue.
Let's see. Melissa says, I'm reading To Sleep in a Sea of Stars by Christopher Paolini.
Oh yeah, that wasn't for me, but I think a lot of people like it. It's me. It's not the book. So not that like nothing wrong with the book at all. Just wasn't for me.
And Clint says, You lucky beach. I would die to meet Dolly.
For some reason, I have Clint in like a visual image now. Like I have that visual image how Clint would react meeting Dolly. I don't know why, but that's like in my head right now, and it's awesome. I want that for you now.
Trent says, Yeah, she just happened to be at the hospital when one of my nieces was born. Oh, well, that's cool.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Add the timer back. All right, everyone. Happy reading.
Happy reading.
That is time. How did everyone do? I managed to listen to 28 pages of Percy Jackson's Greek Gods. I'm currently listening to Poseidon Gets Salty.
That's awesome. I did not progress in American Psycho at all. Still talking to my friend who needs some advice, but I'm progressing in my painting. I don't even know if you see any progression in this, but it's slowly. I think I started timing this at the very beginning, but I think that this is probably going to be something like a 100-hour piece of work. It's so like fine.
Yeah, they take a really, really long time.
Yeah,
Hold
the
on,
other
I'll
one
grab
was
mine
quicker.
so you can see it.
Yeah, the other one that I had was very colorful and was quicker and had a lot of bigger areas to paint. These fields, you can probably not even see how tiny these fields are because it looks like a blurry mess. What
Yeah.
is this? Even tell?
Yeah, you see like the tiny little numbers.
I have no idea what your image is gonna be at all.
That's kind of the point.
Is it though? I don't feel like it is. I mean, I just did the background first, and I don't know. You could probably guess what this is, right?
I'm guessing a vase of flowers.
Yeah, it's a very specific vase of flowers. It's the Sunflowers by Van Gogh.
Yeah, see, I'm painting mine in a way that I'm hoping people can't tell what it is until I get further into it.
Oh, so you purposefully are choosing also the colors that make it last longer for people to recognize it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sneaky!
Saying I was starstruck is an understatement.
I bet.
If you love Dolly, I highly recommend the book A Little Bit Country by Brian D. Kennedy, which comes out 5/31/22. See, Melissa got 27 pages. Hope uploaded a video and then kept thinking of the War of Two Queens because my mind can only think of that right now since I finished it at 4 a.m. this morning, aka I got nothing really done.
That feels so relatable.
And Missy, 31 more pages. I have like 20 more pages to finish. Oh, you'll get it in the next sprint. Yay. How did you do, Cece?
Yeah, I just talked to my friend. I did not progress at all, and I do think that I have to call it quits. I think I need a break. I need to lie down. I'm getting tired, and I'm actually starting to be in pain again, so it's a whole mess. I hope that my doctor's visit tomorrow will help. But
I hope so too.
yeah, I'm freezing and sweating at the same time now too. You can probably see there's this ominous light down here, which is a heater, and I'm burning up in parts, and that's why I had to like strip. But at the same time, I'm freezing too. Like it's a whole mess.
Oh, you poor thing. I hope you get to feeling better real soon.
Yeah, I hope it's nothing bigger. I'm a little bit afraid because it has to do with like the stomach and everything, and I'm really hoping. I was at my chiropractor today, and she mentioned something that is a part of the gastric system that is deactivated when you have a gastric bypass. It's like the immediate bit that follows after the stomach. I have no idea what that bit is called, but it's where the gallbladder and the pancreas. Is it the pancreas? They both have like fluids that go and are added to your digestive system. So after the stomach, this part of the digestive system where these two fluids are added, I have no idea what it's called, but she said that she can feel that it's extremely tense and cramping. And if that's the case, that's going to be a huge discussion because it's a part that has been deactivated through my surgery. And so this is a little bit scary.
Mm. Well, hopefully everything goes okay and they can fix whatever is going on and make you feel better real quick. Like,
Yeah, I hope so too.
we'll get some rest. And for those of you here, I'm going to stick around for a bit longer and do a couple more sprints and get some more reading in. And I hope you feel better soon, Cece. Thank you for joining me.
Well, thank you for being here, and I love our monthly time to do this. I just hope next time I feel a little bit more active doing it. Who knows where I am? My have I told you this? I don't know. My son has just had an interview on Monday, and he got the position. He's going to be doing a social year in a workshop for mentally disabled people. And he's starting on August 1st. And so he's moving out on July 1st.
Oh, so that means you'll be doing the whole van life full time soon.
That is the plan, although there have been some conversations with my job that could actually mix that whole thing up a bit.
Oh dear. Well, we can talk about that when we do our sprints on your channel at the end of the month. So if y'all don't know,
Yep.
we do it here in the middle of the month on my channel and at the end of the month on Cece's channel. So if you're not subscribed to her, go and check her out. And she is linked down below. And we will see you soon, Cece. Feel better.
Thank you, everyone, and I hope you have a lovely rest of the day and get a lot of reading done, everyone. A lot of reading.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
So Clint got, man, I'm big now. Clint got 24 pages and still don't know how you feel. Well, how far are you into it? Are you just getting started or? I think I can finish Reckless Girls pretty quickly. Awesome. Maybe you'll finish during these sprints. Hello, Jocelyn. Hope you feel better soon and your doctor appointment goes well. Oh, wow. Well wishes for everybody for Cece. Okay. Well, 34 pages in, it's still very up in the air. And hopefully you like it. I saw some of the discussion earlier in our group chat about this book. So you'll have to let me know how you feel about it. It's weird seeing myself big on the thing when it's usually a much smaller square. Hey, Clint, did you want to join for live sprints? You can. I'll send you the link. All right. Well, let's see. Cassie says, Clint, you are reading We Are Liars, right? I personally did not like that book at all. It was one of my least favorite books last year. Oh, my. Sure, I can. Okay. So I'm going to put on the next sprint. And while I'm doing that, I will send Clint the link and he can join us. All right. So let me get this timer up. All right. Happy reading, all. That is time. Welcome, Clint, and welcome, Hope.
Thank you for having me.
There we go.
Hi.
How did everybody do?
Give me a sec.
I got 18 more pages of Enshadowed, so I'm currently on page 39.
29 more pages.
Nice, nice.
I don't know how many pages because I'm listening to an audiobook, but I read 6% of an audiobook that I just started in that sprint. And then I also have, I think, officially planned my spring into reading TBR.
Yay! So, what are you reading or listening to right now?
Right now, I'm listening to She Drives Me Crazy by Kelly Quindlen, but I might switch to one of my 3 physical reads that I have started. 2 of which I want to wrap up before the week's over.
So what have you decided for a spring into reading-a-thon?
Well, then I'd be spoiling my TBR video that goes up on Saturday.
We don't want that.
I'm like, mine goes up Monday.
Mine was up at the beginning of the month.
I need to film mine. So that's why I needed to plan it.
We'll see.
Mine was part of my Wheel of TBR video, so it's been up.
Mine's changed a bit.
If I would have put it in my original video, that video was already like 40 minutes long. You would have just been an hour long of me talking.
I would join you if my kiddos were still napping. Hello, Mel. I'm glad I caught you live. Usually I'm working, but I'm home with the end of a stomach virus. Oh, I'm sorry you're feeling bad.
I feel that on a personal level, since I called in today because my blood pressure rose yesterday and I was feeling all achy and I was just like, oh, it's the weather change, whatever. I woke up today with barely any energy this morning and then was in the bathroom for an hour just sitting on the toilet because I couldn't take a shower, so I had to call my boss, and I was like, yeah, I ain't coming in. I haven't left this toilet in an hour. I'm sorry. It's like, I apologize. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I promise.
You hope.
I better.
Well, yeah.
Hopefully you and Gigara both feel better very, very soon.
Yeah.
Hello, Dramini. Hi, Anna. I thought the mid-month sprint wasn't happening this month, so I'm glad it actually is. Yeah, it was going to happen yesterday, but Xander actually had a tennis match, so I was going to post a video today, so instead of posting the video today, I switched it to post yesterday, and then I did the sprints for today because Cece was able to join today, and I was able to join, so it worked out. And now Hope and Clint are able to join.
Yep.
28 pages from Melissa. Finished China Room and the daily coloring pages on my Happy Color app. Fun. Congratulations on finishing your book. Are you going to start another one? Oh, Jocelyn stayed home sick too.
Oh no, is everybody sick?
It's just that
CW says I feel like crap today, mostly when I talk. Oh,
it's that kind of a day, I guess.
Poor Xander got sick yesterday from when he was playing tennis, and he played a doubles match and then he played a singles match, and about, I don't know, 4 or 5 games into the match, he started feeling like he was going to be sick. And then pretty much as soon as we got home, like walking from the car to the front door, all the water he'd drinking made its way out.
See,
he's like, I feel so much better now.
See, I know I pushed myself too hard at work yesterday because yesterday was mid-month, so all of our counties had to be all payments need to be posted before we left at 8 o'clock last night, and I was the only one working county. posts because my boss was gone doing something, and then Amy had to go home, and then Amy was just working from home, still doing OU and all the other stuff. So, and we had 3 come in with over 200 individual things on it. So, but I did end up posting over $20,000 yesterday, so I was proud of myself for that.
Awesome.
And I worked 97 county reports. That's not including the individuals that are in each report.
Good job.
That like smile of almost like defeat almost.
That's kind of why I think I feel like shit today.
Yeah, your body is just like, yeah, let's not do that again. You're taking a day off.
Yeah, when
Hello,
I called
Lolita.
in, I laid down and passed the hell up back out until like, what was it, noon? And I was like, oh, I feel a little bit better. 8, and then passed out for 2 more hours.
Missy is going to start The Promise of Damon Galgut.
Promised by Damon Galbit.
Oh, yeah.
Galgut.
What did I say?
You said of, not
Oh.
by.
The way that you said of, and I was like, yeah, that's right.
Hey, it sounded right. CW says she thinks hers is allergies, boomer Sooners.
I mentioned OU.
Ah,
I'm originally from Norman, CW, so like I used to live like 2 minutes away from OU campus. I don't recommend that ever.
Einstein is being a naughty boy.
It's an
Aw.
Einstein. Aww.
He says hello.
He's like, I want to be on the live.
Hello, Einstein. No, you can't eat my pencil. Hello.
But like I was saying, I don't know how I feel about this.
What book is it?
We Were Liars.
E. Lockhart.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm only 62 pages in, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh.
I
But-
think that was my thought the whole book up until the last page.
But it is giving me Inheritance Games vibes, but not in a good way.
Oh dear.
And I like Inheritance Games, but like the Sinclairs are reminding me way too much of the Hawthorne brothers, and not in a good way.
I don't know if I have that book or not. I have an E. Lockhart book. I recently got signed by E. Lockhart, but I can't remember. I think it was like the boyfriend list or something like that. Go Cowboys, LOL.
That would be for OSU, and if they're not playing against each other, I'll root for Cowboys and Sooners. But if they're playing against each other, sorry, Sooners all the way. And I'm not a sports person.
Went to junior high and high school in Lawton / Geronimo.
Yeah. I know where that's at. And I know where Ponca City's at. I've been there. I played T-ball in Ponca City once.
Casually just imagining that, and my brain cannot come up with an image of you playing a sport.
I'm trying to picture like little short, chubby
Oh, no.
Clint with a
It wouldn't be
his little
chubby.
bat.
Oh, no. It wouldn't be chubby. I was skinny as hell.
Oh,
My wrists used to be this big when I was little. So yeah, I used to be skinny. But I used to play T-ball up until pitcher machine until the ball hit me in the chest and I quit. Like, I didn't like the coach. And then I played soccer for many years until we moved to Norman and they wouldn't let me on the team because I was gay. They didn't think it would be appropriate me being in the locker rooms.
wow.
They told me to try out for cheerleading, and then the cheerleading coach told me that I wasn't allowed because I was a guy.
Wow, that's weird because a lot of cheer teams have guys on the team.
Ours refused to have
Yeah.
guys up until my senior year when a freshman threatened to sue because his dad is the #1 lawyer in Oklahoma, and he was made cheer captain that year.
Alrighty then.
Well, good for that change, I guess.
Yeah.
I was like, y'all have fun. I didn't want to join cheerleading anyways. I was like, fuck that.
For We Were Liars, I guess the twist like 20 pages in, and then it just went downhill even more from there for me.
I'm pretty sure I know what we're leading up to, and if it is what I think we're leading up to, I don't know if I will like it.
Also, didn't like the writing personally.
I didn't get the twist. I think even as the twist was happening, I was still like, what is going on?
Because only one thing has happened in the book, and it explains it in, like, only one thing has happened, and that's her getting hurt and not knowing what the fuck happened. So I'm like, well, I know it's about that, because other than that, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I didn't want to join cheerleading anyways, after having to explain to one cheerleader that I was gay as hell and would never date her. As she's grabbing me in places that she should not be grabbing me in the hallway at school.
Oh my.
Saying that she could make it worth my while. Or whatever. And I'm just like, girl, you're barking up the wrong tree. And she's like, I don't understand. Am I just not your type? And I was like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, you're definitely not my type.
You're missing a part.
Yeah.
She's like, what's your type? And I was like,
Male.
Heath Ledger, Kerr Smith, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, Vin Diesel, Paul Walker, Johnny Depp. I was like, oh yeah, you don't have a penis. And I walked away, and she was like, I can attach one. And I'm like, no, done, no.
I mean,
not into plastic, sorry.
Trent says, y'all, Reckless Girls is something. Might have to check that out.
Yeah.
Who's that by?
I forget who she said it was by. So Xander, he has recently learned something about himself. See, for a long time he just had a little girlfriend. Long time. And then he was like, I remember years ago, he was like, I think I'm gay. And I'm like, okay. And then later he ends up with another girlfriend. And I'm like, because he had switched schools and stuff, and he ended up with a girlfriend. And I was like, so are you still into girls, or is this you don't want anybody knowing? And that was the point that he was like, I think I'm bi. I'm like, okay. And now he has since realized not only that, but he's also poly. And he's like, I have too much love for just one person. So he currently has a throuple.
Good for him.
He currently has 2 girlfriends, and they're all like together. Like they're all, everybody knows everything, and they're all together. I'm like, he's like,
you're like,
I am just the happiest guy ever.
Okay, my thing is I'm all cool with poly and all that stuff, but me personally, I can barely handle the one boyfriend I have. I can't imagine of like us bringing someone into play every now and then. That's cool and all, but to date, I can only handle one person's emotions. Listen,
I
like,
could
that's too
handle
much effort.
it is.
I could handle
That one's enough.
a
That
wife.
one's too much effort as it is.
I could handle a wife. Like I've got my husband. I could have a wife. I'd be okay with that, especially if she likes to cook.
I mean, if someone wants to come clean and do dishes and cook and do our laundry and stuff like that. I'd love that.
But yeah, I'm like, I need a wife. And keep me entertained while the husband's away.
I mean, it'll help with the amount of smutty books we read these days.
Yeah, I've been reading way too much Katie Robert.
I am about this close from just throwing my TBR out of the window and just reading smutty books.
Listen.
So I feel that.
Listen, my TBR already went out the window at the beginning of this month when I binged through the Crave series from Crush on.
Oh, so Reckless Girls is by Rachel Hawkins.
I added it to my wish list.
CW says, I feel this. My second youngest is trans/poly. How are you enjoying your reading? How's everybody enjoying the reading? I'm very much enjoying mine. I'm really just dying to know what's happening with Baron, because something happened at the end of the first book with Baron, and I want to know what's going on.
I know that I'm enjoying my book, even though I've only read the first chapter. But I think I'm going to switch books because I have a book that I have like 50 pages left in, so should probably finish that.
What book is that?
The book that I'm switching to is Only a Monster by Vanessa Len.
Oh my god, you'll have to tell me.
The Pretty Fairy Loot edition.
You're gonna have to tell me how that is, because I'm very curious. Because I really want to read that. Because it totally gives me Buffy vibes from the synopsis. Because it's a monster dating a monster hunter, and I just think a reverse of Buffy and Angel.
I haven't watched that much of Buffy, but
I'll have to let you know when I read it.
Yeah, I'm like, from what I do know, I don't really see it because I will say I think the like description is a little bit slightly misleading.
Okay.
With the monster and monster hunter thing.
Is it more
not what you think it's not exactly
yes,
a relationship as it would lead to.
I don't know if you've read it, but is it more like Serpent and Dove-esque? Because that's kind of what it gives
I'll
me.
answer your question and say yes, you should read it.
I'm hoping to read that next month.
Like it's a good book, but I'm trying to think. I wouldn't compare it to either Buffy or Serpent and Dove. It's kind of like it's.
What would you compare
I'm trying
it
to think. I'm trying to think.
If there's something it can be compared to.
I'm trying to think, and I'm like at a blank.
I'm enjoying my reading and just trying to get through my BookTube prize list. I have 3 more to go. BookTube prize list? What is that? I've been reading mostly smutty books lately. I found a series recently that's historical smut that I've been enjoying more than I thought I would. Yeah, I have a problem with it, like the Regency kind of smutty book. Those are not for me.
Yeah, I'm just like, no.
I don't know. I've got some Mel ones that I want to try out. I want to dip my toes in the Mel historical and see if that's for me, but I know the Mel female is not for me.
Lan, I think you'd enjoy When You Call My Name by Tucker Shaw. It's gay YA set in 90s NYC. I'm enjoying it.
Sterling has that pre-ordered. So we'll have that.
So are you reading an arc, Mr. Rorosuri?
Probably, because I don't think that comes out until April or May.
Gabrielle says, then I'll read that then. You're welcome.
So I think Sterling heard my conversation because he's like, what about Sterling?
Hello,
He's
Sterling.
just like, I've been summoned.
Oh, my ears are burning. I've been mentioned. Live on YouTube.
Because he's in there clocked in because he works from home.
All right. Oh, hold on. The BookTube Prize is a literary prize that was created by Robert at Barter Hordes. This is my 2nd year judging. Oh,
that's cool.
I struggle with historical books.
I
I
told
don't.
Ster-
I very much enjoy historical fiction. I found I actually love a lot of historical fiction.
I
Romance,
mm,
historical romance, not so much.
historical fiction has got to have some sort of either thriller aspect, mystery aspect, or something paranormal, or I just can't. No.
Yeah, for me, it's usually like there has to be some sort of like fantasy element or paranormal element. And even then, it's like hit or miss.
Yeah. I
Oh.
told Sterling, I was like, nothing, babe. Just nothing. And he's like, I don't believe you.
So he has an ARC. It's a PDF from the publisher. They emailed me it after I asked. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
All right. Who's ready for another sprint?
Yeah, it's like me.
All right. Happy reading, all. That is time. How did everyone do?
I read around 35 pages, and now I think I have like less than 30 left.
Nice. So you get it next sprint.
Yep.
I got, I think, 22 pages more. So I'm on page 61. Clint?
I was trying to get to the chapter break.
How'd you do?
What page did I start on?
I don't know.
Oh, I remember. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Mr. Aurora Suri says I need fantasy and historical.
34, or no, 36 pages.
Nice.
I'm on page 99.
You're getting through it quickly.
Almost halfway.
Nice, nice. Trent says the covers is what drew me in, honestly.
To historicals.
25 pages about how to feed the twins and get supper started for my oldest hubby and me. All right. Yeah, supper.
Fun.
I have no idea what. I think I'm having leftovers for dinner tonight. I don't think the chicken I put out last night has thawed enough yet to cook tonight.
We'll probably have chicken.
We have a lot of leftovers.
I can cook that in the oven.
Melissa got 32 pages. I was late to this sprint, so 12 pages in 15 minutes. Well, welcome, Lindsay. Better late than never. I made it to chapter 18 of Reckless Girls, and y'all, my emotions are all a mess. Okay, hold on. I need to look this up.
Yeah, now I'm like, really, what is this book about? Like,
Reckless Girls.
It's the one with the yellow cover.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. From New York Times bestselling author of The Wife Upstairs comes a deliciously wicked gothic suspense set on an isolated Pacific island with a dark history for fans of Lucy Foley and Ruth Ware.
Cannibalism?
When Lux McAllister and her boyfriend Nico are hired to sell two women to a remote island in the South Pacific, it seems like the opportunity of a lifetime. Stuck in a dead-end job in Hawaii and longing to travel the world after a family tragedy, Lux is eager to climb on board the Susanna and set out on an adventure. She's also quick to bond with their passengers, college best friends Brittany and Amma. The two women say they want to travel off the beaten path, but like Lux, they may have other reasons to be seeking an escape. Shimmering on the horizon after days at sea, Moreau Island is every bit the paradise the foursome expects, despite a mysterious history of shipwrecks, cannibalism, and even rumors of murder. But what they don't expect is to discover another boat already anchored off Moreau's sandy beaches. The owners of the Azure Sky, Jake and Eliza, are a true golden couple, gorgeous, laid back, and if their sleek catamaran and well-stocked bar are any indication, rich. Now a party of 6, the new friends settle in to experience life on an exotic island and the serenity of being completely off the grid. Lux hasn't felt like she truly belonged anywhere in years, yet here in Moreau, with these fellow free spirits, she finally has a sense of peace. But with the arrival of a skeevy stranger sailing alone in pursuit of a darker kind of good time, the balance of the group is disrupted. Soon cracks begin to emerge. It seems that Brittany and Amma haven't been completely honest with Lux about their pasts, and perhaps not even with each other. And though Jake and Eliza seem like the perfect pair, the rocky history of their relationship begins to resurface, and the reasons for sailing to Moreau might not be as innocent as they first appeared. When it becomes clear that the group is even more cut off from civilization than they initially thought, it starts to feel like the island itself is closing in on them. And when one person goes missing and another turns up dead, Lux begins to wonder if any of them are going to make it off the island alive. Oh, I'm intrigued.
Add it to Goodreads.
Our Amazon says it's The Beach meets Agatha Christie, in this gothic thriller. And then it says, with its island gothic sensibility, sexy suspense, and spine-tingling reimagining of an Agatha Christie classic, Reckless Girls will wreck you.
Interesting.
So it's a
I,
reimagining of an Agatha Christie?
I'm maybe, and then there were none, possibly.
That's the only one I can think of that's on an island.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your trip on the Mardi Gras, Melanie? I was working on there when you sailed, but I don't remember seeing you. Yes, I very much enjoyed it, and I vlogged that whole trip too. That's pretty cool. I don't like Nico. I got to chapter 3. Good job. I'm just started N.K. Jemison's The 100,000 Kingdoms. It's going slow. I've heard it takes a while to get used to her writing.
That's what I've heard as well, is like with her books can be like hit or miss for some people because of the writing.
I DNF'd, what was it? What's the
fifth
other one that
season.
she's famous for?
The 5th season.
Yeah, I just couldn't get into the writing.
I haven't tried any of her writing, so I have no idea.
Same.
I tried, but it was too dense for my brain at the time to comprehend.
So I'm hearing that I might not like it because I don't like really dense writing sometimes.
It did remind me a lot of Neil Gaiman style writing, so I feel like
that just
I don't see if Mel's gonna like it, because it did remind me of the writing in The Ocean at the End of the Lane. So
You're just
but
like,
to a whole more like huge. Not saying that there's any of the little wormy moments, but it's just the writing style reminded me of it.
The wormy moments are what killed it for me. I was just like, I can't. I'm sorry, I can't read any more of this book. When that happened, I just couldn't do it. I was done.
On a happier note, you two need to watch Turning Red.
Oh, that's like the new Disney movie, or
yes,
okay,
especially you, Mel.
I'm still behind on like everything. I still haven't. You're gonna hate me. I still haven't watched Encanto yet.
I haven't either.
Encanto is amazing, and it is my favorite Disney movie of all time now.
Yeah, I haven't watched. There's a few that I haven't watched that I'm way.
I'm not caught up on movies from the last like 2 years.
Same.
Because I don't know how much the references will hit you as much as it'll hit me and Mel. Turning Red takes place in 2002.
Okay.
And the 2002 references of Tamagotchis, skateboarders, Bart and Lisa's mentioned. There's like a hand moment. The handshake from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is in it. That he does with I can't remember the dude's name that wears the sunglasses.
Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah, the hand, like the hand is in there. One of the characters totally sounds like Daria. Priya just
use some of these references. I'm like, I get it.
Priya like totally sounds like Daria, and it's not even funny. You're filling that up. I was like, I was going to do dishes after the sprints. And I will state, it is totally Asian family trauma. Encanto is Hispanic family trauma. Go ahead.
Hi, Sterling's hand.
They said hi, Sterling's hand. Yes, I heard, babe.
I love Jemison. Turning Red is so good.
Turning Red is about legitimately the one thing people bitch about is it's literally about a girl coming to terms with womanhood. It's basically like turning into the panda is her getting her period.
Okay.
And it's all about how it makes her become the person she is. And the amount of people who bitch about that online, I'm like, so you don't want to watch a movie about a girl becoming a girl? Like, okay. Whatever. Oh, and there's a band in it called Four Town that is totally like if NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, and O Town had a child.
Oh my.
And all the music for the band is written by Billie Eilish and her brother. It's
Love
like the
Billie
most
Eilish.
randomest thing, but it's so good. Hold on one second. The door just opened by itself.
Ghost.
Sterling went outside with the dog, and I don't think it clicked.
I like the idea of a ghost better.
I know, right? Ghosts are fun.
Yeah.
Oh, me. So Xander, he had evening school today, and one of his girlfriends stayed after to do a thing called Wildcat Den. It's like a after school tutoring thing. And so the other girlfriend's mom came and picked them up from the school when it was over so the three of them could hang out for a little while this evening. It's wild.
You're kind of like, what is my life with my child?
And I'm just over here like, to be young again. God, I remember those days of being young.
Having that energy.
Hello?
I'm that age and I don't have that energy.
I was like,
Oh yeah, that's right. It's so hard to remember that you are like that age. Like I forget that you are still a teenager.
She's the Season-a-thon's little sister. Remember that.
Well, I mean, with everything, with what Hope reads,
I
what
mean,
Hope
she
reads,
does
I
read a
forget
lot.
she's a teenager because Hope reads the smuttiest books.
I know. I'm like
she
in the
she
group
is
chat,
the one
like
recommending smut
here's a
journals.
list of like 300 smutty books. Take your pick on what we're reading for the book club.
Yeah, she reads the smuttiest books and recommends them to us, and so we very much
I
forget
do.
that she is a child.
Hey, I'm a legal adult now.
Wait, did you turn 18?
Yeah, in February.
Oh, happy birthday!
Yay!
Yeah, when you were on your trip to Barcelona. I think it was like the day you left or something.
Oh, happy birthday late then.
I can't remember if I wished you a happy birthday, so happy
I
birthday.
think you did.
I don't remember. I feel like I did, but I don't remember.
You know what? I might have, but I don't remember.
I've slept since then. I've read a lot since
I'm
then.
old. I forget.
Listen.
I'm not a teenager.
Same. Oh, Trent says hi.
Trent says, I don't miss my teenage years at all.
See,
I
okay.
so do.
I wish I could go back to my teenage years with the mindset I have now
Same.
to fix some things.
Same. I wish I could go back to my teenage years, remembering everything that's happened up to this point and kind of reset my body or whatever.
Yeah, just do
that
a few
time.
things differently.
Yeah.
I would have worked out sooner. I would have ate better. I wouldn't have done as many crazy things with certain people I shouldn't have done in places that I shouldn't have done them in. Then I wouldn't have the bad knees I have nowadays, or the bad back, or the bad wrists, or the bad anything.
I'm not even going to say the things I would change, except for maybe I would eat right.
I wouldn't be a whore in my past. Or I probably still would have. I just would have done it with people I found attractive, not ugly people. So
Nala's like, what has this turned into?
it's me.
The mention of
always-
smut and it all goes
Downhill slowly.
I'm part of a live show. Anything is possible.
Indeed.
As we've established, I am the American Gavin.
Yes.
I'm not as Gavin is Gavin.
Gavin is Gavin. Gavin is his own entity.
Yes, his own like species.
Good Chewy.
All right, let's see. I think we are due for another sprint. We've chatted
Yes.
long enough. All right. Happy reading, all.
Happy reading.
That is time. How did everyone do?
31 pages.
Are you okay, Clint?
Hope, you said you've read this book, right?
Yes.
I have one question, because if you answer yes to this, I am no longer reading this.
Okay, it's been almost 2 years since I've read it, so it's a little fuzzy, but
Is there suicidal attempt or suicide on page?
to my memory, no.
Okay, because she just had a conversation with someone about wanting it all to end and stuff like that, and I was like, if there is suicide in this book, I can't read it. And I've been looking up trigger warnings, and they don't say any. They just say suicidal ideation. And I'm like,
Yeah, to my memory, I don't think so.
because I started like with that conversation, I was like, no, we're not gonna do this in a book from how long ago? When did this book come out?
I don't know.
2014.
Yeah. I know that I finished Only a Monster, ended up giving it 4 stars.
Nice.
Cool.
One thing I will say though, completely spoiler free, is I don't see how this is going to be a trilogy. Because it almost wraps up too nicely.
Maybe it's made so that you can read it by itself or continue. Or maybe in the trilogy you get other people's stories or something.
Yeah, that's mainly what I'm thinking. And then I read like 2 pages of a different book.
Gigara says, unlike Clint, I would have been a hoe.
I didn't say I wouldn't. I would just be a different type of hoe than I would have been.
If I realized the body I had, I would have put an NBA/NFL/MLB baby in my belly. But don't do what I would have done. Be a good girl. Yeah.
I mean,
I didn't think anything of my looks back when I was 16, 17, 18 years old. I didn't think I was ugly, but I also didn't think I was pretty. And now I look back at how I looked then and I'm like, I was pretty. And I was like a little bitty skinny thing and long blonde hair. And I'm like, yeah. I wish there were things I had done differently too. Hello, friends. Hello, Drew. Melissa got 20 pages. 21 pages, and I'm reading. Okay, what is this abbreviation? AHOSAB.
A House of Sky and Breath.
Ah, okay. So many feelings.
Oh, you're only 20. Ooh, 21 page. Ooh, where are you? How far are you into the book? Because I'm kind of curious what feelings you're hitting.
What part of the book are you having feelings? Because they could be various different feelings.
I need you to read House of Sky and Breath.
Yeah, I need to reread the first one before I do that.
And freak out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reread the first one before I read that because it's been a minute. I don't think there is either, but I can't say with 100% confidence either. Or we were liars.
Yeah, like I
just messaged Dana.
I'm confident that there isn't, but then I'm like, what if that's something that I blocked from my memory?
Yeah, I just messaged Dana who finished it yesterday, so that way I could just be like, hey, curious.
Yeah, somebody that just finished it yesterday would remember it more than somebody who read it 2 years ago.
Also, can we talk about how one of these girls is talking in here for a moment? Just this one sentence here from Miriam, one of the cousins. Just the way she speaks, I want to smack her. She's like, I have a boyfriend named Drake Loggerhead, says Miriam. He goes to Pomona like I am. We've had sexual intercourse quite a number of times, but always with protection. He brings me yellow roses every week and has nice muscles.
Forgot about that. Oh my
And I'm just sitting
God.
here like,
Okay.
what? But like, it feels like the sentence is missing all the word like. Like I feel like it should be like he like brings me yellow roses every week and like has amazing muscles. It's all I picture in my head. And I'm just like, God, you're stupid.
You're very welcome, Stephanie. Happy to do it. Gabrielle says 27 pages, but I made food, so not the whole 30 minutes. Also, I don't think there was any suicide attempts in We Were Liars.
Thank you,
And
boys.
Lindsay says she's on page 618.
Oh,
The way that both me and Clint are like, okay.
now we understand why you having feelings.
I can't think of the exact thing, but I'm like, I know a few things in that.
I will state right here, right now, out of all the spoiler vlogs that I have watched, Hope has the best reaction to that ending I have ever seen because it is almost matches mine.
I ugly cry, and I think I almost forgot how to breathe there for a second.
Everybody either cries or is cussing up a storm with that ending. And I'm just like, ugh.
Interesting. I'm very curious to read it.
I'm now just thinking of that ending.
My thing is I'm just waiting for TJ Klune to pull a Sarah J. Maas. Because I need him to do something like that. Because if Sarah J. Maas is going to pull a Cassandra Clare, I'm going to need TJ Klune to pull a Cassandra Clare. That is the only thing I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I'm very
You're
curious.
now like, what? What is this in reference
Does
to?
that get you to want to read it more?
Yes. Lindsay says, I'm expecting to cry.
If you've read all of Sarah J. Maas's books, you're bound to cry at the end. We'll put it that way.
Also, Mel, I did start Lady Midnight. I'm not far into it, but... Or how far am I? Hold on, let me look.
Lady Midnight a week ago.
I was supposed to have listened to a majority of the audiobook yesterday, but what will tell you is my 12-hour shift. To tell you how busy I was, my 19-hour audiobook, I only have 10 hours left of it.
I'm reading this as well.
I started that too. I don't know how far I'm into that.
This book is just gigantic.
It's like double the size of your head.
It really is.
CW, I'm going to need you to pick up all of Sarah J. Maas. Well, you can wait on Throne of Glass. Even though Crescent City spoiled something for me.
CW's never read a Sarah J. Maas book.
It's what I get for watching people's theories videos and me seeing something happen in the thing, and then yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, well, fuck.
What did it? And then it's like, oh, theory videos.
Theory videos pointed something out to me, and I was like, well, fuck. I haven't read Kingdom of Ash yet. Fuck.
Oh. Okay, I know exactly what you're referencing.
Hello, Dion. I decided to read ACOTAR series after reading House. What is it? House of what?
Sky and Breath.
Sky and Breath. I keep wanting to say Salt and something. I'm about halfway through ACOTAR now. I will read Throne of Glass series later this year. I love the ACOTAR series.
I will state I have the audiobooks for all the ACOTAR books, so I plan on doing a reread of them so I can finally read Silver Flames, seeing as that was ruined in a theories video for me as well.
Yeah, there is just going to be me towards the end of this year once I do all my reads and everything. Just, I don't want to spoil, but like, you know the thing of like, the kind of like meme of like the board of like, and there's all the strings attached and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's just gonna be me. I'm just gonna like have just
You're
that
not gonna be able
on
to
my
get through your room with all of the strings
literally
going everywhere.
the sticky notes all over, just being like, this is this, this is this.
I'm hoping to finish it tonight, and I'm sure I'm going to cry and need a whole box of tissues. I love ACOTAR.
Girl, I finished House of Sky and Breath in 2 days. If that tells you how hooked I was. How long did it take me to finish House of Earth and Blood?
A long time.
I
Yeah.
picked it up in April of last year and finished it in December. Listen.
Lindsay says Becca has some amazing theory videos.
They're not up to date. And I need
She's
to
going
see
to be on Scrib starting the 17th of this month, so I'm going to check her out there. Oh, Sarah J. Moss.
Sarah J. Maas is already on Scribd. All of ACOTAR is already on Scribd. Just saying.
I cried at the end of House of Earth and
Oh
Blood,
my god.
but not at the end of the second one.
Oh no, but the first
Yeah.
one,
I think it's because I
Leaba.
didn't read Throne of Glass and ACOTAR.
But Leaba. Can we just talk about Leaba for a second and the tears? I know I'm mispronouncing her name.
Wait, so never mind. I was going to ask something, but it might be a spoiler. and I
My
don't
brain
wanna
just
know.
does the same thing as whenever I read her name. I'm just like, that's
I was going to ask something, but it would possibly spoil something for the second book, and so I don't want to. I don't want to ask. No, Reckless Girls has me struggling to
Message
put it
me and
down.
ask.
I'll finish it today or
I was
tomorrow.
gonna say,
No,
or put
because
it
if
in
I
the-
ask the question,
Put it in the private
the
chat.
answer, the answer might spoil something for me.
I will no
Oh.
put it in the private chat and we'll decide if we think you deserve the answer or not.
We'll have to do like a mental link of like.
Me
is
and
it a
Hope can do the
spoiler?
mental thing
Like,
of
of like,
Okay, I'll put it in the private chat, or I could just say it. Because it doesn't matter if I ask the question. I'm getting the vibe that there are characters from her other series in this second book. But see, now I don't want you to answer or react to that because I don't want to know. Because I want to be surprised if they actually are. Also, Hope, the way that the stuff in your closet's going, it makes it look like you have these two horns coming out the top of your head. the darker clothes.
yeah,
there,
the way
it looks
that
like
when I go like this, yeah, I can see it. Oh my gosh.
OMG, yes, and the drop.
oh my god, yes, for the first one.
Ah.
All I'm gonna say, Mel, is I can neither confirm nor deny.
Okay. So I should probably be ending this because I'm supposed to be editing a vlog too. Actually, you know what? We can do another sprint, and then instead of reading, I'll just work on editing. I'll
You're
do a
just like
productivity sprint.
multitask almost.
I'll do a productivity sprint because I'm currently editing my smut and self-care vlog that I did.
Ooh.
Your let me guess, Wicked Villains vlog. Because you got the new book. Because you got the new books and you. Vroom.
You shall see. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do
I feel
instead.
like we all need to do that from now on. Is at least once a month, smut and self care.
Who knows? I might be doing that on a monthly basis. I don't know yet. We'll see.
I don't know. I Hope already knows a little bit of this because I asked her for recommendations. I didn't have to ask you, Mel, because I already have things written down for you for that week. But just so everybody knows, coming in August, my entire TBR minus buddy reads are picked by other people.
Yeah, I was wondering what month you were gonna do this in.
I have a Kaylani week, I have a Mel week, and then I have a week with a mixture. The other 2 weeks are a mixture of Hope, Tracy, Nikki, and Karina. And let's just say that collective bit of books are a little cray-cray. I have lots of horror and thriller picks. I have a classic. I have a graphic novel. I have a manga. I I have a Saba Tahir book, and I wasn't expecting that type of a fantasy. I have a middle grade.
So for the week, for me, you don't have to ask me,
Nope.
or you just gonna
you
read
make
books
no
that I
comment
gifted
on
you
this.
already.
Oh no, I'm doing something that you're wanting me to read.
Interesting.
The only hint is Kaylani's week is a week of POC authors and POC characters. Because I had originally asked her for a list of POC stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm going to do this because I'm wanting to read more POC authors. And then it got to this whole, well, I'm going to do a week for Mel with retellings.
Ooh.
And then I was like, oh, I don't even have to ask Mel because I already know what I'm going to read that week. And then I was like, what am I going to do the other weeks? Oh, I'm going to ask Hope,
Dorothy Must Die.
Serena.
You're gonna read the Dorothy Must Die series. I was like, which retellings? That's
What
retellings.
series has you been pushing me to finish?
Dorothy Must Die. Oh, also, I want to recommend something for you, Clint. 'Cause I know you're not a Cinderella fan. However, I just read a Cinderella retelling that is unlike any other Cinderella retelling I've read, and I think it's one that you might enjoy. And it's Ash and Bramble.
I
think
will
you might
look into
enjoy it.
that.
Yeah.
When the glass slipper doesn't fit. It's a Ash and Bramble is a delightful deconstruction of society's fairy tale myth, wrapped in an exquisite spellbinding adventure.
Gigara?
The fairy godmother, she's bad.
Ooh.
She's the bad
So Cinderella is dead. Gotcha.
guy. She's the bad guy.
Yeah, I kind of get the same vibes from that too.
Gigara, I'm at least gonna give you props that you did at least 3 stars to them, and you're not Peru's project who I had a freaking heart attack watching her spoiler vlog where she gave House of Sky and Breath a 1 star. I'm still trying to figure out how. And how badly she dissed Rune in it, saying he was the most toxic male character she has ever seen because of how he lives. Because he lives in a frat house. And I'm like, but when you know his story, you understand why he lives the way he does.
To answer your question, did I read Your Dad Will Do yet? I have. And
I DNF'd it.
I did have to do.
I enjoyed it. I mean, as far as plot goes, not a lot.
There's
of
no
plot.
plot.
Not a lot of plot. It is reading porn.
As I have stated time and time again, I watch porn for the storyline, so I have to have a storyline.
I mean,
If there is no storyline,
there is a storyline,
but
it's
it's
like
stupid.
the storyline of it is that this guy, like, okay,
Her
the girl,
boyfriend cheats on her, so she's
she
gonna go fuck the dad.
yeah, her fiance, she catches him with his secretary, and so she's like, okay, well, I'm going to get my revenge by going after the dad. Me and the dad have kind of had this tension between us, and so yeah, I'm going to go and do the dad. And
yeah, and then that's the only plot.
That's it. And he's the dad's like, yeah, sure, he sucks. He shouldn't have been messing around, and let's do this. And things grow from that.
I thought we would have gotten a
was
little
fun.
bit more in the beginning of her catching the guy in the act. And if we would have gotten more of that, I probably would have been hooked a little bit more.
Yeah, because there would
Not
have been
just
like the
starts off with the
emotional
horn.
pain of seeing that and then having to deal with it. Like, come on, an extra 10 pages.
I mean, there is a spot in there where, you know, her and the dad are like going out and about in the city, and they're like parked somewhere, and she is giving him oral, and the son appears, and they're like in this big big truck. And so the son appears and he's talking to him out the window while she's doing her thing. And the son has no idea she's in the truck with him. And then there's the next time when he actually comes into the house and sees everything going on.
I mean, I've seen some pornos with less of a storyline, but they were still more compelling.
I enjoyed it for the smut, the straight smut of it. I was just like, okay then. I was listening to porn is pretty much what it was, and I didn't mind it. It had enough of a story to keep me interested, but I mean, it was porn.
Oh, and as Gigara says over here on the side, she's like, oh wait, typo. Those were the two of my only 3 5-stars this year.
Oh.
Okay.
That makes me feel like so much better because I'm like, okay, I can see 3, but still, like,
it's still that 1 star. You need to go watch Reagan's video and just watch a little bit of it, and it's just...
I will probably end up throwing something at the screen, probably.
I have not been able to watch a Reagan video since, because I think she just lost me as a fan.
I know, I'm like,
no offense to her.
I'm not even gonna, like...
But I normally take recommendations from her for fantasies.
Well, considering the book she reads, it doesn't surprise Lindsay.
Oh, yeah.
Read that whole Taboo series by Katie Rowling.
I read the second book of that series before the first. And that second one actually has a goddamn plot.
Does it follow the same characters?
No.
Her rating at 1 star had me confused. Sarah doesn't write 1 star, even if you didn't like the plot or characters.
Hello. And I'm sorry. The shit that happens at the end should have at least given it a 2 or a 3 star.
Because of the possibilities it brings for
yes.
everything.
But no, the other stuff before that ending, but the other stuff that happens.
I've soft DNF'd. Your dad will do. I need a plot, something to make me enjoy the sex. Give me time to catch my breath between the sex. Yeah, there's
the
like
second book in that series.
There's like no time between. It's just like bam, 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 bam.
What
thank
lost
you, man.
me?
Bam, bam, bam. Thank you again.
What lost me was her just walking up to him at the very beginning and it's just like, he's like, I'm old enough to be your dad. And her going, so you want me to call you daddy? And I'm just like, nope.
Yeah,
nope, this is stupid. This isn't even... And I think it was the audiobook and how she said it in the audiobook that I was like, nope, I can't.
I listened to the audiobook.
You're just like an
skeevy vibes here.
I can't even imagine reading 800 pages of something that you think is 1 star. Doesn't add up. That's true. Like the only things that get 1 stars from me are things that I'm just like, nope, I cannot read this.
I have never given a 1 star review. I've given 2 stars.
I have
given a 1 star.
3 1 stars, 2 of which were books I DNF'd.
I don't rate DNF'd books.
But the 2 that I rated and gave DNF, I was enough into the books, and I was reading them for certain things that I felt like I needed to rate them.
I will rate a DNF a 1 star, but it's not like if I read like a page or 2, then I'm not going to rate.
I gave both over 100 pages.
I have gotten to the 50% mark of a book, and then went, I'm not enjoying this. DNF, although I do want to kind of pick that book up again.
Girl, the amount of times I have DNF'd books, I DNF more books than I actually complete, because I'm like, if I'm not enjoying this, I want to find something that I am enjoying. Yes, some go back on the shelf for me to pick up at a later time, and then there's some that I'm like, nope, bye. 10th Girl is one that got like thrown across the room because of how violently angry I was.
Yeah, I ended up not getting around to reading that, and then after everybody DNF'd it. Everybody hated it. I was just like, I'm just going to stick it in this pile. I'm not even going to bother.
I was talking to Kaylani, and as she just heard that from me, she just went, "Okay, cool, putting this over here."
I don't DNF a lot of books. I've gotten better at it because I think I've DNF'd 5 books this year compared to the 7 or 8 that I DNF'd last year.
And this year I've DNF'd less.
I've
a lot less.
Watched an author chat with Dustin Thau and Julian Winters. It was so fun.
Oh,
fun. We have an author chat on my channel next weekend on Saturday the 26th.
I have so many questions for him.
With Mr. TJ Clune. Very excited for that.
Because I need him to pitch to everybody how he pitched the series that we're buddy reading later this year, because I needed to hear it from his own mouth that it's Princess Bride on cocaine. And I'm excited.
Kay says, I've only ever DNF'd one book, Moby Dick. I'm a completionist. It hurt to not finish it. You know, I used to be like that. And then I'm like, why should I waste my time when I'm reading something that I'm not enjoying? And I can, I don't have to finish it. If I'm not enjoying it, I can let it go and I can pick up something that I will enjoy, because there are so many books that I want to read. And I don't think I could ever possibly in my entire lifetime read all the books that I want to read. So I don't want to waste any time on ones that I'm not interested in or I'm not enjoying.
Yeah, and also the thing is, just because you DNF a book does not mean it's a bad book. It just means it's either not for you or not for you at that moment.
Time. Yeah, there was I can't remember which one it was. Some Sylvia Day books that were more like historical, erotica, and I was like a paragraph in. I'm like, nope. DNF that entire series because I had it. I'm like, nope, these all have to go. But I'm not going to give it any bad rating. It's not that it was a bad book. I don't know how good of a book it is. I just knew right away it was not my kind of book.
That's why I don't rate DNS, because I'm like, what if there's something in the last 25% of the book that would blow it away and make it an amazing book? But I just didn't get to that point, and I didn't feel the need to.
Well, see, for me, even if I had that, say 75% of the book was torture and I hated it, but the last 25% made it acceptable, blew it away, whatever. That's still, it's only going to get a 2-star.
Yeah.
So
the few that I have actually rated on my DNFs is only because I had something to say about it. Like, this book projected this.
Yeah, I can see that.
Edgar Cantero's Meddling Kids. The writing physically made me angry because it wasn't edited. It's such a popular book and it still wasn't edited. It's like you go from this point where you've got them going, so-and-so said, with quotations, and then 3 lines later it just goes, Joanne and then something, Joanne then something, Joanne then something. And it's like, are they talking in their heads?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Makes sense too.
And I mean, I DNF'd House of Earth and Blood. I DNF'd that one and then came back to it and gave it 5 stars.
Yeah.
Because I just wasn't in the mood at the time.
We are very excited too. About TJ Clune. I just counted my 1 stars and there are 29. I was so sad when I realized the author chat is on my evening to work. Oh, I'll watch it when I get home. Hopefully you guys will still be up. Yeah, I mean, we'll have our after hours live show, so we'll be in that probably when you get off work. But then, yeah, you can go back and watch the chat later.
And for that is the 2 of you and Kaylani need to figure out the food before the live starts so I can make sure that it's there.
Tacos.
Tacos?
Remember, we said we were going to do tacos this time.
Oh, we did. I need to buy stuff to make tacos.
The last one, I'm like, whatever food is said, I will want it. And if I don't have it, I won't be able to go get it, probably.
So
Yeah.
tacos.
So
So I will
that
have
was
the
that
stuff
was
to
the
make
plan. We're
tacos.
doing tacos during the after hours show.
I totally forgot about that. I need to remind Kaylani.
That randomly just reminded me of like, oh yeah, what food did we agree on? I forgot.
I
He
know.
says, "What if the end turns around? I wouldn't know unless I finished." See, for me, if it's so bad that I'm not enjoying it, it doesn't matter how amazing the end might be if the rest of the book sucks.
I can tell you now, this is probably not going to get a 5-star.
The-
But I just want to know what the hell the ending
I
is that
would
everybody
be
screams.
concerned. I would be concerned if you gave it more than like a 4.
I don't see it getting a 4-star unless that
I
ending
think I
is
gave it a 3.
so. If that ending is so like, boof, but but I am too curious to know why everyone screams with this ending.
Don't even ask me. I forgot.
I've only given The Deep by River Solomon. It's between 100 and 200 pages, and it took me over a week to read. I've never DNF'd. Yeah, I embrace the DNF now.
See, I don't like talking about books negatively on my channel. That's my thing. I have only literally have ever talked about now 3 books negatively on my channel. Edgar Cantero's Meddling Kids, The 10th Girl, but I mentioned why I talked negative about that. And then the fucking poetry collection by Nico Tortella. I still love him as a human being. But the best way to sum up that poetry collection is he has a poem about piss and a poem about shit. Legitimately. I was so violently angry at some of those poems on why they were written to begin with.
Yeah, I don't hate read, and I
hate Red Crave and ended up loving it.
I don't bash a book unless I have a legitimate reason to bash the book.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever bashed a book. I've probably said like, oh, there's this reason why I didn't like it, but I've never bashed, been like, oh, this book is so awful because XYZ ABC, don't go read it.
I
have.
I
want to be able to do that to say I've done it.
My thing is I have stated XYZ, this is why I did not like it. Yeah. But if these are things that you like in a book,
gifted me. It was.
Oh, she hate. I forgot all about the thing that she mentioned in it. I would not have bought it for her if it wasn't for that. It was the Sleeping Beauty book by Anne Rice, the first one. And I forgot how much that there's like rape and such everything at that beginning of that book.
The beginning, I actually read the entire thing.
Hey, I was 13, 14 when I read that series.
Was because it was gifted me by Clint. And then I couldn't hold in the hate I had for that book.
There's only been 2 books that you've sent me that I have DNF'd. And the only one I can think of right now is Everything by Nick Lee Yoon. I just couldn't jive with the writing, and I just found the main character too annoying. But I should have finished that book because I was like 75 pages from the end. When I DNF'd, I was just like, nope, I can't take her anymore.
You're like, nope.
Let's see. The only 1-star book I gave that rating was The Night Circus, and it's a very unpopular opinion. I didn't find it interesting. I haven't read that one.
I think I DNF'd it, then I tried it again. I should have DNF'd it the second time, but I pushed through, and I think I gave it 2 stars.
Which is weird because that's one of Kaylani's favorite.
I know, new reads, and I'm like, always
I'm more interested in Starless Sea. Because that one's supposed to involve books within the book.
Yeah, that one I am
and it's supposed to be queer.
Reading it. I am interested in reading it. But I've heard it's similar writing to the Night Circus, and that's what really made me not like it. So
Trin says, I'm so excited for the TJ Klune interview. We are too. Val says, I DNF so fast, doesn't matter if it might turn around, not worth the trouble of hating most of it. Absolutely.
true.
That's my thing, is if an author wrote something that is so vile and we do not like, but the ending's amazing, was it really worth it?
Mm-mm.
I could understand with House of Earth and Blood, it's a lot of world building at that beginning.
Yeah, world building and like filler almost.
Well, like, I can understand that.
Tori says, I hardly ever DNF, but the last one I did was Happily Ever Afters by Elise Bryant. I'm reading that next week for part of Season-a-thon.
Kaylani
you're
hates
just
that
like-
book. Kaylani hated that book too.
It's one of my Once Upon a Book Club ones, and I'm going to be opening the gifts and vlogging it and all of that next week. Oh,
You're now like, I'm a little worried.
why do you hate it? Or why did you DNF it? Was it just boring to you or what? I need to know. What book are you reading, Clint? I just got home from work, so miss what you are reading this evening.
I am reading We Were Liars by E. Lockhart, and even though I have a signed copy in my hands, it's probably not one I'm going to keep.
I'm reading Enshadowed by Kelly Krieg. It is the second in the Nevermore trilogy for the Trident prompt for my for
The
the
magical readathon gear out thing.
and then I'm also
This-
reading Greek Percy Jackson's Greek Gods
This is for,
for my
no prompt.
legacy for my animal companion.
This is for a prompt, actually.
This is for
I'm-
no prompts.
I'm reading this is the third book I've switched to in the sprints. I think so.
Mhm, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm reading The Lost Prince of Kadaira by Stephanie Ann.
Clint, your phone is probably blowing up. LOL.
It is. Because of our Queer Reads book club group chat.
Kay, your reason is the reason I finished Run, Rose, Run. I was hoping the ending would save it. Did it? I'll also be concerned if you give We Were Liars a high rating. Haha. I gave it 2, maybe 3 stars. I also only finished it because it was so short and everyone loved it, so I needed to know why.
That's the only reason why I'm pushing through, is it's so short and I want to know why everybody loves it.
And she
Yeah.
says it didn't. The ending didn't save it.
Don't tell me that. I want to read that so bad.
I've bashed one book on my channel, Midnight Sun. I hated it so much. I haven't read that one.
I kind of want to listen to the audiobook of that because I don't think I want to physically buy that. Just to see if it's any good for me.
Jigra, I find it hard to DNF also. I started a book June 2019 that was 250 pages and just finished it this week. Wow.
Oh, God.
Forgotten it by the now.
Same.
Unless it's like one
What book
page
was it?
every other day or something.
Yeah, what book was
what
it,
book
CW?
is it?
The Starless Sea had no plot, but I really like the Night Circus.
But
I've
see,
heard
I've,
a lot of people like one or the other and not both.
Yeah, I'm hoping
except
I
for
like the
Kaylani,
Starless
who loves
Sea.
both.
Hi, just got home from work. How is everyone? I'm good.
I'm good.
I think actually the next sprint, I might be sprint walking Einstein because Marty's on his way home. So I need to sprint walk Einstein before Marty gets home. And then we have to fix dinner. So that'll be my next sprint is dinner. It was honestly just a bunch of little things that was happening at the time. And it just wasn't holding my attention. Okay. I figured at least there's nothing like offensive in it. I figured out the ending of We Were Liars, but I enjoyed the writing, so I gave it 4 stars.
I will say We Are Liars is also giving me Summer of Salt vibes. But
I think I gave that 3 stars.
I
for
don't
myself.
know if Summer of Salt vibes is going to save it or not.
And We Stay by Jenny Hubbard. It was my bathroom book.
A book that you read when you're in the bathroom.
I don't have. Well, you know what?
Yeah,
I have a
don't
I have a book
one, I
sitting
just
in my
know
bathroom,
what it is.
but nobody reads it. I'm reading The Dragon Republic and loving it right now.
Well, that's good. Because I need to continue with that series. I really, really
Isn't that part of
loved
like the Poppy Wars or
I
something?
really enjoyed Poppy War, even though something happened in chapter 5 that still makes me violently angry at the character of what she played, what she ended up doing. Granted, I understand her reasonings and why everybody understands. As someone like me, I can't have kids, so that pisses me off. Nah.
Okay, I need to take the dogs on a quick walk. So I've actually got a stopwatch. So when I start the timer on here, I'll start this as well. So I know when I have to be back by.
Yeah, or else it'll just be like the timer and just be like, so.
But yeah, my plan, I'll be back before the timer runs out. That's my plan. Okay, let's do another sprint. And let me add this. Okay. Happy reading, all.
Happy reading.
Yep.
That is time. And I also need to respond to Karina. Hello, Karina. I was speed walking Einstein. We did, during that sprint, we walked 1.18 miles really fast. And it's a lot of up and down hills. I'm always sweaty when I come home, even when it's freezing outside. My clothed parts are always going to be hot and sweaty. My face might be freezing, but everything else will be.
One second.
Timer's going off.
I was going to say, that's not me.
Tori said, I listened to Stephen King's 11/22/63, and it took me 2 months. And I did not DNF it, even though I'm not going to times I wanted to. I'm guessing, even though at times I wanted to. Kay says, I'm reading Uncle Tom's Cabin. It's the book that spawned the war to abolish slavery in America back in 1850. A little late to this party, joining mid-sprints. Hey.
Sorry, I started dinner. And I needed to go I had to go toss and turn the carrots.
Mm-hmm. We know what that means.
He's still clocked in at work.
So?
Karina says, I'll be working on finishing the last 100 pages of the deck of Vivek OG tonight.
Is that any good, Karina? Because I see we have the audiobook, but is that any good?
Good night, Lolita. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, nothing naughty, Karina. Marty just got home. He actually got home while I was walking the dog.
Carrots, huh?
Hi, I joined mid-sprint. I got to page 546 in Jade Legacy. Hello, Jane, and welcome. Yeah, we know what he's doing with a carrot.
I wish.
Oh, Karina, you missed all the smut talk earlier.
Also, I have,
what's going on?
For that idea for August, I have now added trends recommendations. And this shit just got even more eclectic. Because I think out of everybody, she is the only one to give me a smut book. Which I was not expecting.
I saw on your TBR that you are going to be reading Learn My Lesson by Katie Robert. Have you already read it, or?
It's next week.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the 6 or 7 books I have on for next week.
You are going to love that one.
I'm reading that one with Trent.
There's definitely some fun male stuff in that one. Also in The Beast. Well, actually, there's some fun male stuff in A Worthy Opponent. But there's definitely some fun.
Oh, don't say that, because I was debating starting that book tonight, like A Worthy Opponent tonight. Now I might actually read it instead of just thinking about it.
There's also some fun male stuff in The Beast as well.
Might just go off TBR and read that tonight. I'm already planning on going off of TBR, so might as well continue a series, right?
I mean,
I don't even remember how. Oh, I think it was because I started talking about how I am currently editing a smut and self-care vlog that I filmed. Yeah. And then we got to talking about smut and smutty things. And
she got some really pretty editions.
Some porn books, pretty much.
She got some really pretty editions of some books that I'm kind of sad that I didn't purchase myself. Now that seeing everybody get them, I'm kind of sad.
I definitely need to finish Desperate Measures to get to book 2. Oh, Desperate Measures is so good.
Yes.
But oh my goodness, they just woo.
I mean, if
you thought Desperate Measures was something.
Listen, if the threesome in Desperate Measures is anything to go off of, I already know I'm gonna love Learn My Lesson, because if Meg can do the things she did with Jasmine and Jafar, can only imagine with Hercules and Hades. Listen, I'm here for it. Because
and what
the scene,
Hercules and Hades get up to.
but my thing
Yeah.
is the scene with the two women and one guy turned me on. I know the scene with two guys and a girl are gonna probably turn me on better because I don't do girls.
Yeah, that happens
Yeah.
twice. That like in
I
two
know
different
it-
books.
Come on, swordplay.
You got a thruple with Learn My Lesson, and you got a thruple with the Beast.
Oh, I know. I've been waiting for, even though I've been contemplating writing a Beast Gaston kind of romance, because I feel like that'd be some like hate fucking right there.
Well, it was their hate was just was just lust in disguise.
I can see it. God, now I gotta get to that book. Fuck.
Now you're like, TBR could just go.
Well, I know I'm doing Rhapsodic this weekend, and I'm doing Learn My Lesson next week, because Rhapsodic is the CBC group book.
I need to figure out when I'm reading that.
But I was able to get an audiobook of that. So I was like, thank you to either Karina or Kaylani for that. I don't remember which one of them was able to give me an audiobook of that.
CW says she got 40 pages of Fables Volume 1 done. This book might take me out of my reading slump. I hope so. I actually really
Yay.
enjoyed it. It was it's interesting. I'm looking forward to reading the second one eventually. Karina says, yes, we need to play it back. You just have to go back and watch the live. I need to learn my lessons soon. Mm-hmm.
Girl.
Clint, did you say
Contemplating instead of contemplating? My accent
Probably.
comes out thick sometimes, so it probably sounded like that.
I mean,
I don't think
contemplating is important. Do we have a book for April for
I don't
BBC?
think we do. We pretty much pick the book for the month a week before the month starts.
Yeah.
Therefore, we'll be figuring it out next week.
Yeah.
I don't know why the word thruple always cracks me up. Oh, that was another conversation we had earlier about Xander being in a thruple now.
Ew, can we? Okay, let's get off the throuple part because now the two conversations are blending into one.
Yeah, that's
and
not
I don't
good.
want those images. Thank you.
No. Clint, I would totally read a Beast Gaston smutty fanfic.
Listen, and I want Beast in beast form because he's hotter in beast form than he is in human form. Or is that just my furry side coming out? Like I said, she got some pretty ass additions.
They're also all signed.
I mean, I think that there'll be those coming out, like you can just buy them normally later this year, I think.
I
They
also
just, like,
got a
won't be signed or
keychain that
anything.
said, it also came with a keychain that says villains do it better. And
She pledged the
postcard?
Kickstarter and paid the 200 and whatever for the Kickstarter to have the full set. That's how Karina. There was a Kickstarter that Katie Roberts did, and oh my god! Speaking of Katie Roberts recommended a book that I just instantly pre-ordered because she was all about it all over her TikTok and stuff. That's Mel fantasy romance. Let me go to it real fast.
if you watch if you watch the vlog that I'm editing currently, you'll see a full unboxing of these books and like under the dust jackets and all of that. Because it's part of my smut and self-care vlog that I did.
This is the book she recommended, A Taste of Gold and Iron, which she stated is her now all-time favorite fantasy book that she's ever read, and that it has some of the best, she said, best smut scenes she's ever read. And I was like, coming from Katie Roberts, I'm like...
Yeah, you're like, I trust you.
Yeah, I'm interested in reading that just based on that alone because
Yeah.
I mean she writes some good smut. So
A taste of golden iron where queer sensual romance unfolds in a fantasy world reminiscent of the Ottoman Empire.
So Karina wants to know what we're reading. I am reading In Shadowed by Kelly Krieg. It's the second book in the Nevermore trilogy, and I am reading Percy Jackson's Greek Gods.
We Are Liars by E. Lockhart. I will finish it tonight, and if I have time, I will pick up more of my audiobook of Lady Midnight by Cassandra Clare, and I'm still not for sure on how I feel about that book just yet.
And
Because I'm enjoying, but not.
And I'm reading The Lost Prince of Kadira by Stephanie Ann, an indie fantasy.
Beep 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 beep.
Don't burn the house down.
Yeah, he's got to check on those carrots. He's got to check on Sterling's carrot. Welcome back.
What?
I said you had to check on Sterling's carrot.
No, you were supposed to say nothing and just have him be confused by us laughing.
We know he likes to dangle his carrot in front of you.
As far as I know, he's still on a call.
Kate says I'm going to have to go. Been up since 3:30 a.m. I'm tired. Have a wonderful rest of your night, you all. I'll watch this live back this weekend. Good night. Don't forget this weekend on Saturday is our author live chat with TJ Clune at 3 p.m.
Not this Saturday, next Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I meant. There's next coming up Saturday. Not
next Saturday.
The 26th. Next Saturday.
I was like, you had me all screwed up because I'm like, I haven't read the group book yet. And I had plans this Saturday that we've made for this Saturday because I had plans next Saturday with you guys. Don't confuse me.
The 26th, 3 p.m., my channel for the author chat with TJ Clune, and then at 8 p.m. with the After Hours live show.
Gabrielle, I think I prefer Infernal Devices over anything Cassandra Clare. Even the ones I haven't read yet. But it's Infernal Devices.
Yeah. The Infernal Devices.
I do think that that's my favorite.
But I will state, with Lady Midnight, I am enjoying what I'm reading. A hell of a lot better than I did Mortal Instruments. So it's at least going to get higher ratings than Mortal Instruments did.
Where are you in it?
I have 10 hours left of the audiobook. Hold on.
That doesn't help me at all.
I know. I read it physically.
Let me see what chapter I'm on. Because I don't remember, guys.
The majority of what I've actually completed this month has been smut.
For the first time since
I'm on chapter 14. Last thing I remember is they were about to go to a party where they had to dress all fancy.
Oh.
Okay.
I know where you are.
This book has been double signed. So it has like the signature that I got for like pre-ordering it, but then I also took it with me and hold on, let me turn the page. Where is it? There it is. She also signed it there. Because you just can't have enough of her signatures.
True.
I have a few issues with it, but not any that's going to make me stop reading it.
I'm
curious on what those issues are.
I'm looking forward to certain things in the book. You getting to certain things.
I said I have issues, and Sterling's like, I can elaborate on that.
He knows your issues.
Oh, no, he said I'm not going to touch that one.
That's just too easy.
Just like me.
Says the one that said he wouldn't be as much of a hoe. Or
I
he'd be
mean-
a different kind of hoe.
I mean, the older I've gotten, I'm just like, that's too much work. Too tired.
Too tired. I'm no, I don't know that I'm ever too tired. But anyway.
Moving on.
All right, are we ready for another sprint?
Well,
Sure.
actually, guys, I'm gonna have to dip out
Ah,
now that Sterling's off work. He
he's
told
gotta
me I
go.
needed to get off
He's gotta go
the
have some carrots.
sprints. No, God, no, not tonight. Not tonight. And my stomach and no.
You're not gonna eat any carrots tonight.
Okay, he didn't tell me to do shit, but I feel like I should get off the sprints and go spend some time with him, seeing as he's been working all day and I've been half asleep and half dead in the bed.
Mm-hmm. Go eat your carrots.
I will when they're done out of the air fryer.
Love you, Clint.
Love you too. Talk with you guys later.
Bye,
Bye.
Have
hun.
fun.
And then
He's
there
gonna,
were
he's
two.
gonna go have some carrots.
Definitely.
If you're still seeing this, Clint, Trina says she hopes you feel better. Bye, Clint. He gone.
Yeah.
He's chasing that carrot.
Is carrots going to be the new French fries?
Yep. I'm not a fan. I actually don't like carrots at all, unless it's that kind of carrot. Okay, moving on. Sprint time.
Yes.
Happy reading all. That is time. How did everyone do?
I got 28 pages read.
Nice. Let's see, I was listening to a little bit of Greek gods while I had my food. And looks like I got about 19 pages.
That's pretty good.
I finished Poseidon Gets Salty. I'm moving on to Zeus Kills Everyone. Let's see. How are you enjoying your book?
I'm really enjoying it. It's a reread, so like I kind of know what's going on, but I've forgotten so much of the book. I'm like, oh, that's what's going on at the same time.
He said, your appetizer is ready, sir. Not that kind of carrot. Currently, Xander must be home. Currently switching between The Lass and the Laird.
Don't ask me.
By Hildy McQueen and Dark Crown by Shanna Handel, book 1 in the Russo Mafia series, both on Kindle Unlimited. All right. Yes, finished Fables Volume 1 with 5 stars. Loved it. Feeling better about reading again. Yay.
Yay.
I'm happy. 28 pages of Jade City. 25 pages read. Finished chapter 24 of Spindlefire. Ooh, are you enjoying that? Spindlefire is actually on my TBR this month. So
Ooh.
I think it was, I believe that was one of the Have I Read It. So I think it was the one that won. Let's see, I read 15 more pages, got pulled away for dinner on page 643 now of HOSAB. And I'm also eating Forager Project bittersweet chocolate cashew milk ice cream.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
Yeah, it's made out of cashew milk, so it's dairy free. And this is quite yummy.
I don't think I've ever tried dairy-free ice cream before.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I've tried a couple of different flavors of the cashew milk. It's a dairy-free organic cashew milk frozen dessert. I got to a really heart-wrenching part in my book.
Oh,
Yes, I'm really enjoying it.
that's
Good. I'm glad. That means I have something to look forward to. It's a Sleeping Beauty retelling, I think.
Ooh.
Just ate and did some editing on a vlog during that sprint. Finished House of Crap. What is it?
Sky and Breath.
Sky and Breath. I don't know why. I keep thinking salt and I'm like salt and what's the B? Last week that book was a wild ride. 41 pages. I made it to chapter 20 of Reckless Girls and I'm mad. Oh no.
Oh no.
It's giving you all of the emotions.
Yeah, definitely.
I've been trying to eat a brownie for the past 10 minutes. I was going to try, but my dog just wants all of my attention. I understand that problem. I hope you're enjoying it, Lindsay. Oh, House of Sky and Breath.
You remember?
You think that's the first time I got it right?
Yeah, I think so.
I had to do dairy-free before my gallbladder was taken out. Loved it. Yeah, I'm actually finding that I don't mind being dairy-free. Yeah. I'm finding new things. I've just started ordering stuff from Thrift Market, and I really like Thrift Market. And I also switched by like meal subscription box. I've for years, I don't know, a couple of years now, I've been using Home Chef, and we just switched to Hungry Root. And you can do with Hungry Root a lot like you can do Thrive Market. So you can select like if you need gluten-free or paleo or keto or whatever, and they'll only show only have things that fit your whatever. And so
you can like pick and choose it to what your type of diet is.
And then you can also like go through and like change up your stuff for anything, so you can get meals that you like, and you can tell them, I don't like this food, I never want to be sent this vegetable or whatever. So that's pretty cool. And so far, every meal has been really good. So I'm excited.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. We've only gotten our first week of that box, and every meal we've had so far is really, really good. Trying to eat a brownie, but my dog won't leave me alone. Good luck. I have a feeling I'm going to have a book hangover when I'm done with this one. So any recommendations will be greatly appreciated. Graphic novels? Audiobooks?
Yeah. A reread?
Yeah, a reread is a good one. A reread of a graphic novel or an audiobook. Yeah, I'm currently...
That will help get out of a book hangover. I know that when I finished it, I was just kind of almost like, what do I even read now?
Yeah, I'm kind of like, a lot of times I'll have my books planned out, like this is what I'm reading this week, this is what I'm reading this week, and so on. And so when I do have those moments, I'm just like, well, this is what I have to read next. Whether it's something I would think, what do I want to pick up? I do not think I could handle that stress. Just like, okay, I've read everything I need to read. What do I
here's the 400 books on your TBR plus that you have been wanting to read.
Yeah, I think I would be just like, I don't know, and not read anything.
Yeah, I know. Right now, I'm not in a book hangover, but I finished like The War of Two Queens at 4:30 this morning. And now I'm like, okay, I need to find an ebook to pick up. What do I read? Because I don't want to read anything on my TBR. Okay,
if you're going to resort to mindless smut, have you read the Wicked Villain series by Katie Robert? If not,
are you now the spokesperson for this series?
If you have not read it, you should. It's really good.
Yeah, that's genuinely what I think I'm gonna end up doing is tonight, just finding some sort of smut book, just to like clear my brain from like the book hangover I'm feeling.
And I think, hold on, I have to remind myself which platform it was on.
I know at least the ebooks are on Hoopla, but I think the audiobooks are too.
Because I was listening to the audiobooks.
Yeah, I think it's Hoopla. Or at least I think that's where I have them.
I think it's Hoopla. I don't know. I can't seem to find where I was listening to them.
Yeah, that's at least where I was reading the...
They're on Scribd.
Yeah.
They are on Scribd.
The audiobooks are on Hoopla.
And the audiobooks are also on Scribd.
I don't know if all of them are. I don't think they all are, but I think that a few of them are at least.
Let's see.
Because I can see on mine at least.
I can see that the Sea Witch, Desperate Measures, Learn My Lesson, A Worthy Opponent, The Beast, Queen Takes Rose. Yeah, I think they're all on here.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think that they are on there.
Of course, I read them on my Kindle first and then bought physical copies. Oh, yeah. I read the first one. Like, I saw that the Kickstarter thing was going to happen, and I was like, oh, those are so pretty, but they were kind of pricey, and I didn't want to. It was like $150 for the set. Yeah. And these beautiful hardcover sets. And I was like, I don't want to buy them if I'm not going to like them. And so I listened to the first one and I like devoured it. And I was just like, yes. I need all of them. And yeah, so I waited until those have come in, and I've read.
I know that when I read Desperate Measures, it was because of the after hours that was done where Clint started reading The Seed, and literally as soon as that live ended, I crawled into bed and binge read the whole book till like 3-4 a.m.
It was really good. Worthy Opponent was my favorite of the series, to be honest. I don't know what, like, I've only read the first 4. I still have 2 left to read. I don't know which one's my favorite.
I know out of the 2 that I've read, Learn My Lesson, I like Learn My Lesson more than Desperate Measures.
Yeah.
But again, I've only read 2.
I like Learn My Lesson more than Desperate Measures. I think I like all of the other the other 3 that I've read more than Desperate Measures, but I really enjoyed Desperate Measures. I gave it 5 stars. I've given all of them 5 stars that I've read so far.
I think I gave both of them 4 stars, but like I've thought about them a lot, so like maybe they're like 5 stars disguised as 4 stars, maybe. I don't know.
That's what I do with series. If I love the first book, I binge buy the next few, because why wouldn't I love the others? Has anyone read Neon Gods? I have not yet. It is in Scribd, and I think it's on Hoopla too.
It is. It's on Hoopla.
I haven't read any of those books yet. I own Desperate Measures, but haven't read it yet. Read it.
Yeah, read it.
Now there is like this whole baby girl daddy thing going on, which is a little weird. And kind of turns some people off, but
yeah,
we can get past that.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I preferred like the whole like there's that dynamic in Desperate Measures, but like when I like that dynamic, I like it the way that it's done in that book, not how we were talking about earlier, like your dad will do, of how it's just like every goddamn page. It's more of like sprinkle.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that. It's just a little weird to me.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest.
Loved.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but when it is in a book, I prefer it in more of the Desperate Measures way than the your dad will do way type of it being like the central thing.
Okay, I might have to actually read Desperate Measures in our next round of Smutathon when we plan that out. LOL. I'm not a fan of the daddy/baby girl thing, but I did like the bratty sub thing.
Yeah.
I
think that's honestly, more or less why I put up with it.
Like the Worthy Opponent was fine with the bratty thing, and then the Beast, I don't know. I think that one might be my favorite at this point. I think I've liked each one more and more.
It just keeps on getting better.
Mm-hmm. Though I love, like, in Learn My Lesson, how Hades was trying to give her this gift, and it ended up being a gift for him too. The gift that keeps on giving.
Yep.
So, what is everybody having or had for dinner? I want to know.
I made a turkey sandwich. That's what I had.
I had leftovers. It was salmon and jasmine rice and some vegetables. It was very good.
Yours sounds a lot better than mine did. Mine was mainly I was hungry, didn't know what to make, made a sandwich.
Having to eat all healthy and stuff and lose weight. And I finished the series and the last 2 weren't my favorites. Oh. Ooh. Because the last 2 are all I have left.
You're like, uh-oh.
Dinner is here. Good night, all, and thanks for the sprints. You're very welcome. Oh, they're having pizza. Yum. The only pizza I'm eating nowadays is gluten-free, vegan. No, not vegan. Gluten-free, but dairy-free. You know, it's really interesting to find a pizza that's gluten-free and dairy-free.
Yeah.
but I've had them, and they're not bad. There's a place here called Loopy's that they make a gluten-free pizza, and you can get it's the cheese they use is called Dea, and it's like a cheese alternative. And I had that with like onions, roasted peppers, and chicken, and it was really good.
That sounds good.
I was surprised. I was scared.
You like took a bite and you're like, wait, this isn't horrible.
We had meatloaf and mashed potatoes and peas. Yum. I had McDonald's, but I worked late. I ate a yummy kale salad. Okay, sorry. The yummy and kale that line there just did not go together for me. My husband's working nights this week, so I didn't have to cook. I had a yummy dinner and I had a kale salad. Have anybody read?
I mean, yeah, those typically don't go together, but sure.
I mean, if you really love kale.
Yeah.
Have anybody read The Goddess Test by Amy Carter? One of my new favorite series.
I've never heard of that.
A dirty gift. What? Oh, we're making spaghetti. Oh, yum. Xander was not a fan of my last spaghetti because I was using a gluten-free noodles that were like, it's not like actual pasta. It was made out of chickpeas. And it's not bad. It's just I don't know. It's slightly different as far as the feel, but not bad. It's not as slippery as regular spaghetti, I guess. Had a turkey wrap with some onion rings on the side. Yum.
I'm hungry again.
I'm no longer eating anything fried, so I can't have onion rings unless they're baked, gluten-free, whatever. And for dinner, my brother made crock-pot chicken tacos. They were delicious. Now, that sounds really good. I'm going to have to figure out the whole taco thing before our after-hours live show.
Gluten-free taco shells. And then
ground turkey, because I can't have red meat either. I'm very limited in what I can and can't have.
And then like dairy-free cheese, like a cheese alternative.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You're gonna have to research.
Tacos are gonna be interesting.
You're gonna have to do some researching.
I might just say, screw it.
It's a cheat day. Go, just.
I'm not supposed to have a cheat day, but I might just.
It's a celebration day.
LOL. It had other veggies, not just kale.
I would hope so.
They're salad fanatics, so I can eat them all the time and be happy. I'm not a salad fanatic. Slippery. Yes. Slippery spaghetti. My dad's girlfriend has a gluten allergy, so we make gluten-free meals when they are in town. I sometimes think they're more delicious than regular food. And they're so much better, like, as far as what you get. Like, for example, with the chickpea pasta, it's like loaded with plant protein, and you're getting vegetables as your pasta, and it's just so much better for you.
Yeah, I know. And then like I'm all on board for like all the different kinds of thing, and I would always do it. But it's because I live at home, and therefore a lot of the time food needs to be made for like me and my parents. My parents are like, just buy the regular stuff.
It is more expensive to eat like this. Tori says, as long as your taco shells aren't flour based. And I appreciate that you spelled flower as in a pretty flower that blooms.
I didn't even notice that.
Because I'm just picturing a flowery taco.
Just a taco inside of a flower.
Yep. Hold on. I got to put this away before it melts. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes, my diet. I'm currently no carbonated sodas, no red meat, no fried foods, gluten free, dairy free. I think there's more.
You're like, I'm missing something for sure. There's so many.
Yeah,
That does sound like not a challenge, but definitely interesting to plan meals around.
Yeah, it is. It is, and I'm working on figuring it out. Luckily, there are things like Thrive Market and Hungry Root, which have been very, very helpful because I was kind of like the first few days of that. I'm like, I don't know what I can eat. I can't eat anything in this house. Yeah, it was a rough couple of days there.
Yeah.
Whoops, my microphone sucks. I was confused by the whole flower thing. Then I realized she meant flour.
When words are like pronounced the same way but spelled differently, and then
Mhm.
it gets misused, it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm. All right, are we ready for another sprint?
Sure.
I think this time I'm actually going to work on editing my vlog because that needs to get done. All right.
Yep.
Happy reading, all.
Yep.
That is time. How did you do?
I read 30 pages, and I do think that last sprint is gonna have to be my last because I'm just slowly starting to not like comprehend the books. There's a couple things that I was like, I just read this page. What just happened?
Yep, that sounds like it's time to call it a night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to actually need to make a phone call, and I hope it's not too late. Because yeah, I've thought about making a phone call. I'm really bad. Oh my goodness, I'm really bad.
Yeah, I'm bad with needing to make phone calls. There's a phone call that I've been needing to make the last like week. I haven't.
No. Oh, today is my mom's birthday. And I keep thinking I need to call her. I need to call her. I need to call her. And now it's like 9:30 my time, and I still haven't called her. So I need to call her. I've been thinking it all
Yeah, you
day
definitely
long.
should do that.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm really bad. I need to call my mom. Missy says, I just saw that y'all are still on. I've been reading for the last 40 minutes, and I'm on page 88 of The Promise. Finished chapter 26, 9 chapters to go. I read 1 chapter and talked to my boyfriend during the sprint. Just finished a particularly smexy scene. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm glad everybody got so much excellent reading done. I feel like I got quite a bit of reading done, and I got a little bit of editing done. And now I got to make a phone call.
Yeah, I know I got more reading done today than I probably would have done without these sprints.
Same.
I probably would have, if anything, finished the book that I finished, let alone start the book I finished. Not start the book, just start a book and then also read like 70 pages of another. So,
Pat on our backs. We did
yeah.
good. Cassie just edited more of her vlog for that sprint. Excellent. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to give me a big thumbs up. Check out Hope's channel. I don't have it linked down in the description, but I will. And
Yeah, I kind of popped in last minute.
yeah, surprise guest. And until next time, remember to always be completely you. Bye.
Bye.